Thank you for joining us live for the City of South Fulton City Council meeting. We are proud to introduce the leadership entrusted with guiding our city forward. Mayor Carmelita Gumbs, District 1 Councilwoman Dr. Catherine Rao, District 2 Councilman Aaron V. Johnson, District 3 Councilwoman Helen Zenobia Willis, District 4 Councilman J.C. Sebastian, District 5 Councilwoman Keosha B. Bell, District 6 Councilwoman Natasha Williams Brown, District 7 Councilwoman Linda Becker Pritchett. Supporting the work of this body in the operations of our city are City Clerk Corey Adams, City Manager Sharon D. Subadan, and Interim City Attorney Sarah Kelly. Thank you for being the best part of the City of South Fulton, a city on the rise.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being here. Before we call the meeting to order, I would like us to take a moment of silence. There was a shooting today at Palmetto Elementary, and we know that is a school in the South Fulton community, so if we can take a moment of silence. All right, thank you. And we will officially call the work session meeting for Tuesday, February the 10th, 2025 at 4 o'clock to order. Clerk, can you please sound the roll?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon to Madam Mayor and members of council and the general public. This is a roll call for the February 10th City Council work session. The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Aaron V. Johnson, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Present.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Here.
The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6.
Present.
The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Presente.
And the Honorable Mayor Carmelita Gumbs.
Present.
Madam Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, can you please sound the next item?
First item on tonight's work session agenda is the city manager's reports by our city manager, Sharon D. Subadan, introduction of new employees, and city manager monthly report.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk, Madam Mayor. It always gives me pleasure in welcoming our newest team members, especially those who work closely with you so that you can put a face with the name. And first, I'd like to ask Lisa Baker, Constituent Services Representative for District 2, to rise. Chiquita Barneswell, Information Technology, IT Implementation Manager. Brandon Flakes, CDRA Business Tax Inspector. Kimberly Fletcher, Procurement Agent 2. Olivia Gauthier, Public Affairs Communications Specialist. And Chad White, General Services Deputy Director. And is Kasai here? Can we have them come forward and take a picture with the council? Oh, for an event tomorrow. Okay. All right. Well, maybe sometime later. But thank you all for coming this evening. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Well, thank you so much, and welcome to the City of South Fulton's big old family. So thank you for being here, and we appreciate your service, and I know you all will do great work. Mr. Clerk, can you please sound the next item?
I'm sorry, Madam
Oh,
Mayor.
okay.
I just wanted to share that I submitted our monthly report. We know the report is getting lengthy, so we added a table of contents for ease of use. It's also linked to our website. We also shared the link with you, should you wish to share it with your constituents in your newsletter or in your circles. So I just wanted to know if anyone had any questions regarding the city manager's report.
Okay. Are we using the queue? I believe I saw Councilwoman Willis. No questions? Wow, silent group. Mr. Clerk, can you please sound the next item?
Yes, ma'am. That brings us to presentations this evening. We have one presentation. City of South Fulton Comprehensive Plan, 5-year update plan will be presented by Mr. Pulkit Jain with the Sizemore Group. Introduced by our Assistant City Manager, Carmen Davis.
Good evening, Mayor Gums and Council. It's my pleasure to introduce our draft of the Comprehensive Plan Update for 2026. As you know, in December, Council requested that we go back to the community and add additional rounds of community engagement meetings, updating them on the recommendation that we'll be presenting to you today. And so with that, I will turn it over to Sizemore, who will go through the update elements of the comprehensive plan for our recommendation to you, and also updates on the results of the additional engagement meetings.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having us over. I'll go through the presentation and have a brief presentation on the recommendations that we've done on the comprehensive plan. I am Pulkit Jain. I'm from Sizemore Group. We're an architecture, planning, and interior design firm based out of downtown Atlanta. I'd like to start with the extended team who's worked on the project, on the comprehensive plan. We worked very closely with Ms. Davis and Reginald from the City of South Fulton staff. From Sizemore Group, it has been myself and Blvd. He's the CEO of Sizemore Group. Further, we worked with Kimberly Horn closely. They're the market analysis, economic development specialist, and Sycamore Group, who are the community engagement specialist. Today, we'll be discussing the schedule of the project. We'll talk about what comprehensive plan is, a brief introduction on that. I'll give you a brief on the community engagement that we've had throughout the process, and then we'll discuss the key recommendations that are there in the plan. Starting with the schedule, we started early last year in January with the process. We had 3 community meetings, several stakeholder and steering group meetings throughout last year. Towards the end, as Ms. Davis mentioned, the council recommended that we go out to the community again and present key recommendations of the plan that we did this year through 5 community meetings. Now, what is a comprehensive plan? A comprehensive plan is a Department of Community Affairs requirement for any funding and has to be done every 5 years. Broadly speaking, it is the guide to the future of the city. It's a 20-year vision for the city with a 5-year actionable plans. This is a process wherein ARC and DCA also consolidates the city's plan with neighboring jurisdictions. Amongst all of these deliverable parts within the comprehensive plan, the key part is a community works program, which identifies the tasks that the city will undertake in the next 5 years. Divided through departments, it has the budget, it has the funding sources, and the years in which the city will be involved in. As I mentioned, the final deliverables, a comprehensive plan is a 20-year vision for the city with a 5-year actionable plan. We get a new community vision and goals. The report also contains a report of accomplishments, that is basically all the tasks that were completed within the last 5 years. We provide a new future land use map and a comprehensive community works program. Now, this isn't a standalone document. It undertakes the recommendations and summaries from all the previous studies that have happened in the city in the last 5 years, and a comprehensive document is developed through the summaries from all of those studies and included within the plan. Now, we've had extensive community engagement since the beginning. We've had 5 stakeholder roundtables, which included department heads, business community representatives, agricultural community representatives. Then we've had steering group meetings, which included community leaders identified by the council, a few city of staff members as well. We've had 4 rounds of community meetings, a total of 12 and not 7 meetings. We did a phase 1, which was kick-off meeting earlier last year in February. We did 3 community meetings in the second phase, which were more work session or workshops, wherein we asked people to come in and let us know what they want to wear throughout the city. Phase 3 of the meeting was an open house discussion, open house exhibition of the preliminary recommendations within the plan. And then phase 4, which was January and in February of this year, is when we presented the final recommendations within the plan. Apart from these community meetings, we've also had 3 pop-up events. The intent of the pop-up event was to reach out to the people who would not usually end up coming to the community meetings, like young families, youth, people who would usually not come to community meetings. They were well received. We had a huge number of people come up to us. The intent was also to introduce everyone to the process of comprehensive plan. Throughout the process, the project website, which was cosfcompplan.com, has been active and has had several comments and views on it. This is a brief of what we've heard throughout our community engagement. One of the major ones is the request or desire for a good mixed use with better commercial developments around the city. Another one has been a desire to not see any more warehouses and industrial expansion all across the city. And then another big one that we've been talking about and hearing positives from the community has been a strong desire for healthy living environment all around the city. Throughout our community meetings, we've had over 300 people come up to us, come to the meetings in person. We've had 900 plus comments or points mentioned in the interactive maps online. We've had a total of 15 gatherings, which includes 12 community meetings and 3 pop-up meetings. I'll go through, so now we start with the key recommendations. We've added a new vision statement for the city. I'll read a part of it, which gives us the core of what people want, what we've heard, and what has come out of the plan. Through improved access to healthcare, walkable neighborhoods, healthy foods, abundant recreational and gathering spaces, and economic opportunities, the city aims to support the physical and mental health of its residents. So health was one thing that we've heard very extensively throughout our discussions with the community. Through that, what we introduced was a blue zone cities concept to the project. The blue zone cities are the cities throughout the world where the number of people living up to 100 is pretty high. The intent of adding this was to add to the plan more aspects that would affect, in a positive way, the healthy lifestyle of the community. One of the reasons this was also a big point of discussion throughout the process was the age gap in the longevity between the north and south of I-20, which is about 5 years. Major updates or changes throughout the report is, one, we've tried to make the report more easier to comprehend. It's easier to, it has a structure and easier to read. We've updated the vision statement and goals. We've added policies for each goals, which dictate how those goals can be achieved. We've gone through updating the future land use map through a parcel by parcel analysis. We've added a character area map, and the community works program has also been updated and divided by department. Within the future land use map, what we've done is we've combined agricultural and rural categories into one. We've clustered mixed-use developments at major intersections or major points so that it does not intersect between the existing single-family housing. Most of mixed-use developments, the shades of pinks that you'd see would always be at major intersections or major corridors. So any traffic or any intervention that brings within the area is limited to those nodes. We've also made sure that all the recent zoning changes have been reflected in the new land use map. We've tried to balance the densities. We've added conserve and preserve categories, which includes all of the park and rec spaces, which basically says that those are closed for developments and is only available for public recreation or open green spaces. We've also introduced an industrial mixed-use category within the mix, and we'll talk about the densities within the flume categories proposed. So as I mentioned, we've combined agricultural and rural neighborhood. We've also changed within this the unit count per acre. We've kept it for 1 unit per 2 acres. The intent has been to keep the open space, green space within the city as much as possible to preserve that character of the city. We've added preserve and conserve, as I mentioned. It's mostly green spaces and parks. Suburban, we've added a 40% open spaces. In Suburban 2, we've added a 30% open space clause. We've also added R6 zonings to be done within Suburban 2. The reason for that is that R6 allows duplexes. Suburban 2 already had TR zoning, which accepted triplexes, quadruplexes, and townhomes as well. So we've tried to maintain the density within the Suburban 2 neighborhoods as well. Now, within all the live-work areas, that is village live-work, community live-work, and regional live-work, we've added apartment-style housing within the mix. And thus, we've given a range of densities in the units per acre for all of these categories to be governed through zoning. And then commercial center, industrial centers, not much has changed. We've added the industrial mixed use in the mix, which would primarily aim for offices, retail, commercial, light industrial, and eventually, when time comes right, we could even allow mixed use, high density residential in those areas. Apart from future land use area map, what we've also added to the plan is a character area map recognizing key areas throughout the city which can be identified and developed or processed through these categories. The first one is entertainment center. These are all of our regional live work areas, which we think or which we have analyzed could be a regional draw for the city. The agribusiness is something that has been a part of the city. The city is a lot agrarian and rural, and that would help us promote agri-tourism within the area. The third character area map that we've added is the Innovative Studios and Production Center, also along the Fulton Industrial Boulevard. And the intent of that is to bank on the film studios, production houses, recording studios' market within Georgia, within Atlanta Metro. Other than that, we've also added a riverfront development, which the city provides with a unique opportunity to bank on. City of South Fulton has a very long access to the river. A large part of it could be a trail, could be a green trail with public access, and a part of it could be a high-density entertainment district, riverfront entertainment area. This is also developed in part because, CID is already in some parts doing that analysis for the riverfront development. Key next steps after the presentation today is a request for a voting by the council to send the report to ARC and DCA for review. After that, we will receive back their comments, which will be incorporated, and then we will come back to you for final adoption. Thank you. I'm here if you want to ask any questions or comment anything.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you. Sorry about that. Thank you so much for your presentation. We will entertain questions now. I see in the queue, Councilwoman Williams Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I had a question about the revised vision statement, where could you clarify what exactly is meant through improved access to healthcare?
Well, improved access to healthcare within the plan we refer to as tasks for the city to provide healthier options for living, which includes access to homegrown food around the city, plus trails or healthier options to do exercises, walk trails, those things.
But not actual healthcare, because healthcare suggests
Yeah, no, not actual
medical
healthcare.
services.
Yeah, yes, that is correct.
Is it possible that we can reword that, Ms. Subadan, so that residents don't get the impression that we are wandering into the medical services field?
Absolutely. So the purpose of today is to get your feedback before we submit anything. And I think that this should be in alignment with the vision statement that you adopted with the strategic plan as well.
Okay. Did it conclude your?
No, I released the mic.
Okay, all right. Next, I will recognize Councilwoman Linda Pritchett.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question was along the same lines because access to health care is something that is not the city's responsibility. And it would be misleading, so I want to make sure that residents understand that that's not a function of the city. And I don't want, even though that may be something that's important to residents, that's on the county level. And we don't want that to get confused. So we definitely need to reword that statement.
Yes, ma'am, we'll take care of that and edit that so that it's a little more clearer than of what the intent is.
Thank you. I yield.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Pritchett. Next will be Councilwoman Rao.
Thank you for acknowledging me. I wanted to see if there had been any changes in the definitions. I know I had a work session, I believe it was in November. It wasn't Sizemore came, but the staff was able to come and present. And I'd like to make sure, the maps are still consistent with what we heard at that community meeting. I didn't know if any additional changes had been made.
Well, no major additional changes have been made within the map. What we did was we did keep the comments open online for about 2 or 3 months, since November all the way till mid of January. We went through all of those comments and edited whatever comments represented that those could be edited in the future land use map.
Okay, so it could be some changes. Is it possible, and I don't know if all the council members got to go to all the sessions, but if not, I definitely would like to see the most recent maps, just because I haven't seen them in a while. I think that would be helpful before we get to adoption, as well as the definitions, because I know there were significant changes in the density around the definitions that are in this plan versus what was previously in place. And I just want to make sure that people are aware of that. So,
Sure, ma'am.
thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Rao. We will recognize Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I have a couple of questions. The public comment period is absolutely closed now?
That is the intent. We do need to send the report to ARC and DCA for review.
Okay.
The intent was the extended public comment period till January end was the extension of about 2 months,
Okay.
and then the community meetings was the intent that we could get maximum involvement from the community till then.
Okay. And yeah, I wasn't able to attend. I attended some of the meetings, but not all. Was the engagement in the extended meetings, were those higher than the first initial round of meetings?
We did get good engagement. We had 5 community meetings in total, and about 155 people showed up cumulatively total in all the 5 meetings. But that was good engagement in all.
Okay. I know the second one in District 4 was much heavier attended than.
Correct. District
the
2
first
had about over 40 people attend the meeting.
Okay. Something that has come up several times with residents, at least with me, they're asking about this whole issue of family compounds, if they currently are in agricultural areas. And if they say own 2 acres of land and they want to build a family compound with multiple residents for their families and extended families, right? And I think they're concerned if they're going to be able to do that, or if they have to go through the process of rezoning and all that. I'm assuming they would, but if they currently have a zoning category that allows them, because our AG1, we're going from 1 unit per acre to now 1 unit per 2 acres. Right?
Correct.
But if they have that two acres and they want to say build 5 homes, they would not be able to do it.
If their current zoning allows for that development, it would be allowed. What we have in future land use map is the vision that the city wants to go. So whenever there is any zoning change that is requested, that is when the city staff would go to the land use map, future land use map, and see if that is what the intent is. But if anybody is allowed development, the kind of development that is allowed within the zoning, that will remain. We're not taking away the rights of the public or anybody from developing their land.
Okay. And you mentioned in the report about strategic housing growth. What's the feedback you heard from the public as to the type of housing growth that they would want to see? Because I know we still have a lot of people that push back against any housing type except single-family homes.
Well, so a part of it was taken from the housing study that the city did. A lot of the discussions have happened throughout our community meetings as well. With regards to housing, what we've been hearing is people wanting to live uh, to have opportunities for age in place kind of housing, to have a variety of housing available throughout the city where they could change from a starter house to a family house to an old age housing. We have provided spaces throughout the city, or we've provided land users throughout the city to have that transition, where a single family or suburban one kind of housing was not available. We've tried to identify areas where that could be, where suburban two kind of housing wasn't available. We've tried to introduce those to those areas as well. Apart from that, we've also added a lot of village live work or these mixed-use nodes throughout the city. So wherever possible, if people want to live in a denser area, they could. But we've tried to take care of all of the housing typologies that are there or that have been asked within the plan.
Okay. I had this conversation with some seniors yesterday who want to age in place, but they want to find accommodations that would, suit them as they get slightly older. All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilman Sebastian. Councilwoman Willis?
I sent you a email from a constituent that we met at Welcomall Park who desires to have the land use map changed because it changed the land use of her property to something that she could not build on. Did that get incorporated in this?
That has been incorporated.
Okay.
We did receive that response from them.
And then I want to say something about the medical. I don't want us to be in a situation where we are boxing ourselves in. Like, I know we're not responsible for medical services, but what I have seen cities do with other counties is public-private partnerships, meaning that while we're not responsible for public health services, we may have land. And, there may be opportunity for some of the public health industries and companies to come and partner with the city to bring, services here. And so I don't want, in my opinion, us to word the comprehensive development plan to the point where we are boxing ourselves in, where we can't say we're not welcome into that. So when we reword it, although we're not responsible for public health services, I would like it to say something to the effect that, many South Fulton residents know that it's a need and it recognize it's a need, and we're open to public-private partnerships or something to that nature. Because I just don't want us to box ourselves, put something in there that totally gives the image that we're not welcome into that. Because this is one city that don't do enough public-private partnerships. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman. Are there any more speakers? Councilwoman Bell?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Polkett, for being here tonight. I do have a couple of questions. I know I've had some residents to email in regard to the R6. And as it relates to the definitions with the density, I definitely want us to kind of have a conversation, but can you elaborate and clarify regarding the R6
Yes,
specifically?
So R6 zoning type allows for single family or a duplex. A duplex is basically 2 units in a single house. What we have done is we've included R6 within suburban 2 and village live work. Now suburban 2 already had, let me go to the density. Suburban 2 already had TR, which is townhomes. Zoning category, which allows for a triplex, which is 3 units in a house, or quadruplex, which are 4 units in a house. To meet that, we've also added R6, which is just 2 units in a house, maximum of 2 units in a house. The intent to do that is to meet the unit requirement provided from the last comprehensive plan. We have not edited the unit count for Suburban 1 or Suburban 2 in this plan.
Say that again for me again, just for people.
So we have not edited the unit count requirements for Suburban 1 and Suburban 2 in this plan. These are carried forward from the last comprehensive plan.
It looks like that concludes all council comments at this time. Again, thank you, and we look forward to working with you very soon.
Thank you, everyone.
All right. Mr. Clerk, can you sound the next item?
Next item is executive session, if necessary.
All right, council, I'm not sure if we have enough time to go into executive session right now with the 5 o'clock meeting. What is your desire or pleasure? No, it's not. It's real light.
So do we have enough time to like do some executive session now, and then if we have any, we need to go back into executive session after the zoning?
All right, council, what's your pleasure, please?
We don't have to go into executive session after the regular meeting, we can just go. So I will motion that we recess into executive session for personnel, real estate, litigation, and cybersecurity.
It has been moved and properly second. Is there any discussion? Can I see this vote by show of hands, please?
Record that motion approved unanimously. We are recessed at 4:37 PM.
All right, thank you.
Ready? So you going to reconvene, or you want to just do a motion to reconvene, or?
I'd like to entertain a motion to reconvene. It's been moved and properly second. Discussion. Say any action taken in executive session.
No action taken in executive session that requires a public vote.
All right. Can I get a show of hands for us to reconvene?
That motion is approved 5-0, 4-0, 5-0. We are reconvened at 5:09 p.m.
All right. If there's no further business for our first meeting, I will call that meeting adjourned. All right. And Mr. Clerk, we will move forward with calling the 5 o'clock meeting for the alcohol and the alcohol and zoning public hearing for Tuesday, February the 10th at 5 p.m. to order. Mr. Clerk, can you sound the roll?
Yes, ma'am. This is the roll call for this afternoon's alcohol license zoning public hearing. The Honorable Catherine F. Rowell, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Aaron V. Johnson, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Present.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Here.
The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6. And the Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
And the Honorable Mayor Carmelita Gums.
Present.
Madam Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. And Mr. Clerk, can you please sound the next item?
Madam Mayor and council members, Roman numeral 3, letter A, we have a case requesting deferral. And before I read that into the record, I also want to note that item B on Roman numeral 4 is requesting withdrawal according to staff. So we have two cases that we can dispose of. The
Point of
first is,
clarification.
I'm sorry.
For number 3, deferral request, we're no longer recommending a deferral. I understand that the councilwoman wants to move that forward. So the clerk was about to mention for deferral request under A that we would like to defer it, but I understand that the councilwoman wants to move that forward for a public hearing.
Yes, so letter A, which is Z25-034, which is Sandtown Overlay District at 4960 and 4980 Camilton Road. My understanding that is going to be for deferral. That still needs to go to the Planning Commission. But I also wanted to note for the record that the director of CDRA indicated to me that under Roman numeral 4, letter B, which is Z25-032, which is a case from Rock Haven Homes on 0 Valley Green Road. He indicated to me that the applicant was going to be seeking withdrawal today.
That is correct.
All right. If there's no objections to those items that the clerk has sounded, we can adopt this as amended. Okay. Mr. Clerk? Or Councilwoman?
So the items that are up for action are for deferral, Z25-034, CDP 25-013. This is a rezoning at 4960 and 4980 Camilton Road. This case has to go before the Planning Commission, and so therefore staff is recommending deferral to allow that case to be heard.
Now, was it, I thought my understanding was that it had gone before them and then they deferred it.
Correct. They did have a public hearing at the December meeting and at the January meeting, but they still deferred it after the public hearing, so technically you can move forward today for a public hearing.
Got it. Okay.
Director, you're coming across as muffled. Okay.
And then the second case was Z25-032, CDP 25-011. This was a rezoning case from Rock Haven Homes on 0 Valley Green Road. The applicant is requesting withdrawal of that case.
All right, District 2, Councilman Johnson, are you fine with the withdrawal? All right, so if there is no objection to the items that have been sounded by the clerk, we can adopt that with the unanimous consent. All right? No objections? All right, Mr. Clerk, can you sound the next item, please?
That brings us to Roman number 4, alcohol license rezoning variance modification cases for presentation and public hearing only. Letter A, it's the alcohol beverage license application for Applebee's Restaurant, Mid-Atlantic LLC, doing business as Applebee's, has been submitted and is requesting approval for a change of ownership for the consumption and sale of wine, beer, and distilled beverages located at 3690 Cascade Road, Southwest, South Fulton, Georgia, 30331. It's located in City Council District 1.
All right. We open the public hearing. At this time, I am opening the public hearing for this item that is on the agenda. You have a total of 10 minutes to give your presentation.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Lieutenant Blaylock with the City of South Fulton Police Department License and Permits Unit. The application submitted by Applebee's Restaurant Mid-Atlantic LLC is doing business as Applebee's located at 3690 Cascade Road Southwest, Atlanta, Georgia 30331. It meets all legal requirements for the insurance of an alcohol license. This is an existing business within the City of South Fulton, District 1, and the application reflects a change in ownership. The location previously operated with an approved alcohol license under the former general manager/owner. The current owner has submitted a public safety plan, which has been reviewed and approved based on the information staff. Based on this information, staff recommends approval of the alcohol license application.
Is the applicant here?
Good evening. Hello. I'm Doug Webb, Area Director of Operations for the location at Cascade Road in Atlanta and some other locations on the south side of town.
How y'all doing? I'm Tavares Brown, the General Manager.
All right, you have anything else you want to share?
Just here to answer any questions you all may have for our business.
All right. Just one second. And is there anybody that is here for opposition? Mr. Clerk, did you receive any?
No, ma'am, we didn't receive any comment cards in support or opposition to this case.
All right, so thank you. And at this time, I'm closing the public hearing and we will take questions from the council, starting with the district representative. Councilwoman Rao.
I don't have any additional questions. It's just a change in ownership is my understanding, so I don't have any additional.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, is there anyone else in the queue? All right, there was no action taken. Other than that, we will see you at, I believe this is on the next hearing, or the next meeting? Okay, and what's the date of that?
24th.
All right, so we'll see you back on the 24th.
24th. All right.
All right, thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, can you please sound the next item?
That takes us to item C, it's a public hearing, Z25-035, CDP 25-014, Southern Impressions Developments, care of Hakeem Hilliard, requesting the rezoning from M2 to C2 to allow for proposed specialty food store use on 1.19 acres of future land use amendment from industrial to community live work. It is also requested at 0 Pishner Street. It's located in City Council District 7. This item was deferred at the January 13th public hearing until tonight. Staff recommendation is double denial, and Planning Commission recommendation is double approval.
Yep, again, Z25-035, along with a Comprehensive Development Plan Amendment, CDP 25-014. The applicant is requesting a rezoning from M2 to C2 to allow for a specialty food store on 1.19 acres, along with a future land use amendment from industrial to community live work. Staff is recommending denial for both cases, and again, the planning commission is recommending approval.
All right, is the applicant here? All right, at this time, I'm opening the public hearing for item Z 25-035/CDP 25-014. That is on the agenda. Sir, you have a total of 10 minutes to give your presentation. You do not have to use all of that time. You may want to reserve that time for rebuttal. Also, keep in mind that the time includes public comments for any of the citizens who are also in favor of your application, and the same time will be granted to the applicant that must be given that to the opposition. So if any, you may proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. My name is Hakeem Hilliard with the Shilovitz Grubman Law Firm, 1834 Independence Square in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm here this evening on behalf of Southern Impressions. It is a developer that has developed some property in the immediate vicinity of the property that's issued this evening. It's a wildly successful townhome development, Oakley Townhomes. They just completed their third phase of the townhome project. The first one was prepared by a different developer. There is a corner lot at the corner of Oakley Road and Oakley Industrial Boulevard that is a little over an acre of land immediately adjacent to a Georgia Power facility that's zoned heavy industrial. This corner is also zoned heavy industrial. The owner of the development would like to see that corner developed. Unfortunately, because the property is zoned heavy industrial, those are all the folks that are coming in to try to look at that as for development. And with all the development across the street and this successful development of the one across the street, we're seeking only to downzone the property to a C2 commercial category that we believe is more in keeping with surrounding. I think when talking to the neighbors over the course of the last 2 months, they said that we've talked around about different uses. You'll see on the site plan that it calls for a specialty shop because staff asked us to identify a specific use, but we believe that it was more appropriate to help work with the community to come up with a category of uses, a series of uses that would be, attractive in the C2 zoning district, and work to try to get some of those users there. Again, the developer is interested in something that's compatible with what they've developed there and the investment they've made in the community, and we're looking forward to moving forward. We understand that staff is recommending denial, I think partly because of the comprehensive development plan that's inconsistent with the request. However, if you know that the changes that are being made to this plan, I think that the plan is to move this property, like others, into a category that is more compatible with what's the developed environment there. So we would ask that you give consideration to this request. It's as simple as that. It's a 1 acre tract of land. We're seeking to downzone it from heavy industrial to C2. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about the request.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, are there any people in opposition?
Yes, ma'am. We did receive 2 comment cards in opposition, Mr. Michael Venable and Alvin Reynolds.
It's Michael Venable, 5720 Montelli Circle. This is very discouraging that we're continually to violate our land use policies. We're here spending all of this time trying to get a new land use plan, but yet every single meeting, there is a case this entire last year of someone who wants to change it. Now, I remember late last year on Roosevelt Highway, there was a property that we deliberately moved into industrial zoning, and then later had an industrial warehouse come there. But then right down the road, there was a facility residential that a nonprofit was trying to get for helping homeless women with children. We just got a mismatch here. There is no conviction whatsoever. If we look at this property It's surrounded by other industrial. And you're going to sit something in there that after a while, somebody's going to say, well, wait a minute. I probably got noise coming out. I probably got uses in there that would not be attractive to the prospecting of what we want to do for this property. We need to just make a decision and stick with it. This is not how a government works. This is the only city that I know of that you come back and have this many comprehensive land use changes outside of the time period when it should be to come about, and we just consider and approve it all. Why are we spending all this money with these consultants doing a land use plan? We're not going to follow it. We've already seen what's going to happen. You're not going to be there. Oh, I don't like this. Let's just go do it. Secondly, there are not even any restrictions on the property. You'll come back in here, oh, well, you know, C2, let's just do another gas station. You know, oh, it's right next to residential, but don't worry about that. We can just, I'm being that we don't do it anymore. It's improper. We're going down the wrong path. This does not show any kind of turnaround or anything that any resident of the city can be proud of. I would urge you not to approve this request, not because we don't like it, it's because it violates the rules and there is no extenuating circumstance whatsoever to have this done.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, Alvin Reynolds, 585 Kings Place, Riverdale, Georgia, 30296, reside in District 7. I have to speak to the land use amendment as well, while we're in the middle of a comprehensive land use plan rewrite. I've stated that time and time again, you know, why are we doing this when, you know, we have not yet completed this comp plan. Since we're creating spot zoning, this is what it appears to be for this particular project. There needs to be some restrictions put upon it. I mean, if you're gonna move forward with it, there needs to be some restrictions stating that if anything else other than what is being stated is gonna be used for, they should be coming back and asking for a special use permit. I think that the residents will sleep better knowing that they're going to get what has been told to them, because under the C2 classifications, there's a litany of things that can go there. And we all know too well that sometimes development just don't fit when you get in the middle of it, in the midst of it. And there comes the changes. And so without restrictions, they can change it to anything. So I will say that we will probably be in favor of adding some restrictions to this development. Thank you.
All right, thank you. To the applicant, would you like an opportunity to rebuttal?
Just very briefly, Madam Mayor, I'll say that if you look at the land use plan map, I would argue that the industrial is out of place with what's the built environment is around there. This developer sought to rezone it, downzone it, and to turn it over to the community to talk about uses that would be appropriate at that location. You know, said that the district allows gas stations. It doesn't. You have to apply for a special land use permit and go through a zoning process to be able to develop that type of use. And so we had meetings with the community and we deferred to them on uses that they wanted to restrict and how we would move forward. So, but thank you.
All right, thank you. If there is no further comments, I am closing this public hearing and we will take questions from the council, starting with District Representative 7, Councilwoman Pritchett.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I want to point out a few things. During the public participation meeting, residents spoke about what ideas they had and what they would like to see there. and I believe that Attorney Hilliard did capture this in his application. So, secondly, in this packet that we have for the denial, the staff explains the adjacent zoning land uses. And they say that north, it's townhouse residential Oakley Station, that there's heavy industrial undisturbed land, apartment limited dwelling district, which is South Pine, and then another heavy industrial district, which is the McElroy Metal Service Center. I'm gonna say this. This is where I live, and y'all don't come looking for me, okay? But this is exactly where I live. And Oakley Station's accurate. The undisturbed land, that ain't true. The South Pine, that's our new crown jewel of luxury apartments, apartment homes. McElroy, that is there. Oakley Township, it is across the street. This is at the corner. And I looked at the future land use map. Let's see, where do I have it? When I looked at what we currently have, even where I live is still industrial. I don't understand how these zoning designations exist other than whatever happened under Fulton County, and whatever it is, all of it, the residential housing, is all industrial. It's all gray on the map. And so my intention was, or is, to change the future land use plan to accurately reflect what is currently there. And in terms of that little corner that the applicant is speaking of, what we spoke about is convenience store, something that would benefit the community in terms of walkability, where they can just walk to the store, something that would be pleasant, something that would be community-like. My conditions for this would be no gas station. So this is a down zone to commercial. So even though people come up here and they give their opinions about what they think we're doing on this dais, I live here. And even if I didn't live here, I know my district. And before I speak on topics, I get my facts straight. This is not just an industrial corridor. So I just want to make that clear that there are inconsistencies within the map, which probably led to inconsistencies with the information that is in our report. I know that staff, tries to be as accurate as they can, but this is one of these cases where it seems like the applicant is proposing is suitable for what the community is looking to have in that area.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Pritchett. Mr. Clerk, are there any other comments in the queue?
No, ma'am. Councilmember Pritchett, Councilmember Williams-Brown.
All right, Councilwoman Williams-Brown. I'll recognize you since he saw that name, and then I heard Councilwoman Rao and. Okay.
Okay.
Make sure y'all switch over. Okay, so Councilwoman Williams-Brown?
Yes, so I just wanted to confirm that I heard correctly that this project, that this zoning is being brought forward in conjunction with what the people who actually live there have indicated that they want. Did I hear, where did he go? Did I hear that correctly? Can I ask that question? Yes, can you I just want, right, for my own thinking, I just want to be sure that I'm understanding what I think I heard that you've already done the due diligence to talk to the people who actually live by this, and they are in agreement with this rezoning.
Yeah, we had a very good meeting. It was hard for them to understand initially that we were asking them what they want to see. But once they realized that, we had a very, very good meeting, and it was very productive. Yes.
Thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Rao.
This is more of a question, and it's a timing thing. So if we are voting on February 24th on the future land use or the comprehensive plan update, it might make sense, just a suggestion, to adopt that first, then it's compatible with the future use if it's been shaded as you've indicated. And then a suggestion, whatever the concerns that they don't want, to actually put conditions. That was just a suggestion. That way we would be in order and not voting against our future land use map.
All right. Just, well, go on.
Okay, so the future land use plan, this is it'll be a first read tonight, and the next meeting will be the future land use plan. It can go right after that in that same meeting. Yeah, and yes.
All right, Councilwoman Willis. 1 second, Councilwoman, I apologize. It looks like we have some commentary from our.
Yes, just to clarify, the future land use plan will not be voted on at the February 24th meeting. That's just to send it to DCA and ARC for review. The adoption will not happen until after that review comes back, which will be in April, March or April. So the February 24th is not to approve the plan, it's just to send the plan to DCA and ARC. Just want to clarify that.
Thank you for the clarification. Councilwoman Willis? Oh, I'm sorry, my apologies. Okay, Councilman Sebastian, my glasses are dirty.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for calling us in order. So I wish we could do what Councilwoman Royal is suggesting, but the reality is, if the citizens who live there are in agreement with this, I see no problem in doing it slightly out of order. After all, it's not the first time we've done it. But just to orient myself a little bit, when we opened that bridge, what was it, Friday? When I come from 74, I'd make a right to get to the bridge, and this is on the left side of the street, right, at that corner? Okay, so my question is, given what is being suggested to be put there, without some sort of, without that convenience store being there or service thing, what is the closest spot to there where the people in Oakley Industrial have to go to get to either some services or a convenience store? Because I don't remember anything at all around there. Sorry? That's what I thought. So to me, right outside of these heavily, there's some thick residential development still right there. Oakley is like the biggest community in the city, I think, right? So personally, for me, I don't have an issue with this, even though we are right now staff cannot recommend approval because it's against the future land use map. I get that, but given what was explained, community involvement, also that there are all these different uses right in that area. I personally don't see a problem with this. So I'm looking forward for us to moving forward, and sometimes we have to make business work too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Sebastian. Councilwoman Willis?
I just want us to, number one, get out of our own way sometimes. You know, you have residents over there consistently, even though it's an industrial area, and that's where industrial is supposed to go, consistently saying they don't want industrial projects. So now we have something that residents want. So why would we go against what residents want. Secondly, Councilmember Pritchett, I would not limit myself to say no gas stations, because throughout this nation, throughout Metro Atlanta, there are some beautiful mixed-use gas station projects. And, you know, I don't want us to limit ourselves. That's why we always find ourselves in situations where we have to waive this, waive that. You know, I just think that we should leave all options on the table. You work with your community, and if it's something mixed use or something, a convenience store, which most convenience stores come with fuel stations. You know, most of them are modernized. I saw one today up in Buckhead where our residents say things like this only come to South Fulton. It never happens in Buckhead. Well, they have them in Buckhead. Beautiful mixed use gas stations, and with retail, and it's very valuable, it's very beautiful, it's very clean, it has modernized gas stations, it's no truck stop, and it's thriving and vibing. And I just don't understand why we're so stuck on having 35-year-old, 45-year-old gas stations in our community that have been, you know, crime havens, drug havens. You know, I just don't think we should limit ourselves. I think that we should leave ourselves open to all possibilities. And while, you know, there's people who waive things to get things in their district, but then yet want other people to wait on land use plans or wait on things. I just don't think it's fair. If you've talked to your constituents, if it's what they want, then go forward. Because this is a situation where it's in an industrial area and you have a developer willing to not put industrial in an industrial area. There's a need for retail. There's a need for commodities and everything. And there's a lack of all of that. Most importantly, you work with your community and they want it. They typically fight us against the industrial projects. So go for it. Go for it. If it's your community want it, you want it, I just say don't limit yourself. Don't limit yourself. Leave all options on the table. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you. This item will be voted on, I believe, on our February 24th meeting. So again, thank you. Mr. Clerk, can you sound the next item, please?
Next item is item D, it's a public hearing, M26-001, an application by Omar Cooper, care of Benny Bryant, requesting a modification to zoning condition 3A of zoning case 2005Z-010 to remove the 20-foot rear yard setback at 8373 Les Jardins Boulevard. It's located in City Council District 4. Staff recommendation is denial.
Yep, so the applicant is seeking to modify a condition from 2005. That case was Z 2005-0010 to remove the 20-foot rear yard setback. As a reminder, that modifications do not go to the Planning Commission. They come straight to City Council for consideration. And also that they cannot seek a variance for a zoning case. Variances are reserved for the zoning ordinance, so that's why they have to come through and ask for a modification. And we are recommending a denial.
All right, is the applicant here? All right, so I have to just read you a little bit of something here. At this time, I'm opening up the public hearing for the item of M26-001. You have a total of 10 minutes to give your presentation. You do not have to use all of your time. You may reserve time for rebuttal. Also, keep in mind that the time allotted includes public comments of any of the citizens who are also in favor of your application. The same time is granted to the applicant that must be given for your opposition. So, if any, you may proceed.
Yes. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. This case was brought due to construction of a rear shed.
Can you state your name and your address for the record?
Excuse me, I'm sorry. It's Benny Bryant, and it is going to be for 8373 Desjardins Boulevard, South Fulton, 30213. This case was brought due to the construction of a storage unit on the rear property of two basically new construction homes in the Desjardins subdivision. They abut together. However, due to construction on both properties, the rear setback line was skewed. So this modification was initially turned in for a variance, as was stated, but we had to come here, and we were seeking to have this reduced. As they are two rear yards, they're not, the structure that is there now, it is not obstructing over the actual property line, but it does go over the setback for the rear.
Okay. Anything else? You can hold your comments and see if we have any opposition.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Clerk, do we have any in opposition?
No, ma'am, we did not receive any cards in support or opposition to this application.
All right. Well, at this time, since there is no further comments, I am closing the public hearing and will take questions from council, starting with the district representative, which is District 4, Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you. Staff, I don't think I heard a reason for the denial from you guys.
So originally, the applicant originally indicated that they wanted to reduce the rear buffer. Then they later stated that they want to eliminate the rear, the rear yard setback because of a drainage easement, and we understand that you cannot eliminate a drainage easement through a modification.
Okay, thank you. So basically, we cannot recommend doing that because of the drainage system there, the natural drainage system. Is that what we're talking about?
Correct.
And so that I orient myself properly, is this in the gated side of Lake Jordan? Is this in the gated? I'm trying to see which one of the homes is this one.
Yes, sir, it is in the gated community of Desjardins.
Okay, so as soon as you come to the gates, it's the property on the left?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
I thought I saw Councilwoman Rao.
I was trying to think about what you said. So originally you talked about two storage units that were abutting, and then I didn't understand how the drainage came in with that. So the issue is really about the drainage and not the storage?
So it's both.
Okay.
So the storage unit is built, it's on the property, but it's inside the drainage easement. I think it's obstructing maybe 5 to 7 feet on the various corners. The property comes at an angle, so the two ends basically are cut, where the drainage easement, the natural drainage easement, there's no storm drains or anything from the subdivision there. It's just the swells that are a part of the original plat.
All right. Any further questions from the council? All right. This item will be officially voted on the 24th as well?
That is correct.
All right. All right, thank you. At this time, Mr. Clerk, can you sound the next item?
Madam Mayor, that completed our action items based on the previous vote taken by council. I don't know, I think there was some confusion. Councilman Morale had indicated that the first case, Z25-034, that she wanted to hear it, but the council did take action through unanimous consent to defer it.
Okay, so what would you like?
I'm okay with hearing it because she's here.
Okay.
And from what I understood, it has been heard by the planning commission, so that's why I was okay with hearing the case.
All right, so just make sure I'm doing correctly parliamentary procedures. Do we need to rescind that initial vote in the beginning? All right, I'll take a motion to reconsider.
I move to reconsider the previous vote.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and properly second. Discussion.
Yes. So, did I understand you correctly? You said it still has to go back before the planning commission because it was deferred?
So at their January 21st meeting, the planning commission held a public hearing. They closed the public hearing, but they still opted to defer it. Typically, if you have a deferral, you do that before the public hearing, so technically it can move forward because they did have the public hearing at the planning commission meeting.
Okay, so they don't have to, it doesn't have to go back before planning. Okay, thank you.
All right, so Mr. Clerk, can you sound the item as corrected? Oh, I'm sorry, we need to take a vote. Please take a vote. Can I see a show of hands for reconsideration?
Record that motion approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, Mr. Clerk, can you sound the next item, and I'll take a motion from Councilwoman Brown.
So that's letter A, under Roman numeral 3. It's a public hearing, C-25-034, CDP 25-013, RS Group Incorporated, requesting rezoning from a R3 in the San Antonio Overlay District and AG1 to R4 to consolidate two parcels into one development. A future land use amendment from Suburban 1 neighborhood to Suburban 2 neighborhood is also requested. It's located at 4960 and 4980 Camilton Road, Southwest. This item was deferred at the January 13th meeting till tonight's meeting. Staff recommendation was double approval. The Planning Commission recommendation was deferral at their meeting.
Okay, good afternoon, and I apologize for that. I have to read you a little dialogue. And before we move forward, so did we consider the other cases for deferral?
The other one was withdrawal.
Withdrawal, one
Yes.
deferral and one withdrawal, so those have been covered. Are we correct in that? Okay, all right. So moving on, at this time, I'm opening up the public hearing for your item. Ma'am, you have a total of 10 minutes to give your presentation. You do not have to use all of your time. You may want to reserve some time for rebuttal. Also, keep in mind that time allotted includes public comments from any of the citizens and those who are in favor of your application, and that same time must be granted to for the application for any opposition. If any, you may proceed.
Hi, Mayor, hi, Council. Thank you for having me. I'm Joy Mebin with RS Group. We are looking to rezone from R3 AG to R4. We're also looking to consolidate two parcels, and we are looking to get a future land use amendment to Suburban 2. The reason that they wanted me to defer to come back is because they suggested that I have multiple plans because I submitted one plan, so I redid the presentation and added 4 different plans, options for the community. If not, I got one right here.
Staff, can you pull up the presentation on my computer, please?
Okay, if you. You can, 12 single-family homes, you can keep going till you go to the, one more, another one. Okay, so this is the site plan with 12 lots. We have sidewalks, 2-car garages, landscaping. We also have the retention pond area at your top left. You can go to the next slide. You can go to the next one. All right, so this is Plan A, a modern farmhouse, 2-story. You can go to the next one. And then we also included the elevations. Plan B, traditional farmhouse. Go to the next one. We also included the elevations for that one. And then if you continue, you'll see C. Go again, okay, and D. Okay, so these were the that was their main concern, that they wanted to have more than one style home, so we included 4. We included 4 in a presentation. And then if you keep going, you will see, we have the finishes that will be included in the homes, right there. So this is how the interior look. Starter prices at the mid 400s. And that's pretty much it. Do you guys have any questions?
All right. That's fine. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do you have any opposition?
No, ma'am.
All right. At this time, I'm going to be closing public comments, and we'll take questions from the council, starting with the district representative, which is District 1, Councilwoman Rao.
Thank you. If I recall, I remember when you came to Sandtown, I don't think they had any additional, were the only things that you heard at the planning commission was the desire for different elevations?
Yes, that was their main concern, because they said, well, they just said they didn't want just one and all the houses looking like.
Right, okay. And just from the staff, is so the R4 is suburban 2 and not 1? Or is it R4A, which I always get those two?
You're saying which one is allowed in suburban 2?
Well, I know one of the R4s is in suburban 1, and I always get the one.
It's R4.
So is this R4 or R4A? That's all I'm just trying to get clarity.
R4.
Okay, so is that still under suburban 1 category?
No, it would need to be suburban 2. So that's why she's asking for the future land use amendment.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Councilman Sebastian?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question. Do we have enough room to do staggered setbacks if it's not included already?
I would defer to the applicant, but we need to look at the site plan to see if the staggered setbacks could be accommodated, but I defer to the applicant.
Okay.
What was your question?
I was saying, do we have enough room to do staggered setbacks? Because it looks like all the homes are in the same one line, at least from what is presented here.
According to the engineer, it is.
Okay, so if you all are willing to accommodate that, at least that's something that I would love to see personally.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're gonna put it as a condition?
That would be a great condition, but we can get to that. But I love staggered, so thank you. All right. Are there any further questions from the council? All right. When is this one scheduled to be heard, on the 24th as well?
Yes,
All
ma'am.
right. So we'll see you on the 24th. All right. Mr. Clerk, can you sound the next item, please?
That brings us to Roman number 5, executive session if necessary.
All right. I will entertain a motion to go into executive session.
I move that we recess to executive session for personnel, real estate, litigation, and cybersecurity.
It has been moved and properly second. Can I get a show of hands, please? All right, let's go into executive session. Thank you.
Tyler.
All right. We're ready to start moving. I think we have, we are. All right, council. I'll entertain a motion to reconvene.
I motion to reconvene from executive session.
Second.
It has been moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion? Was there any action taken in executive session?
There was no action taken in executive session that I'm aware of.
All right. So, can I get a show of hands to show that we have reconvened?
Court, that motion approved 4-0. We are reconvened at 7:18 p.m.
All right. And at this time, since there is, and if there's no objection, we will now adjourn the 5 o'clock alcohol and zoning license.
I move to adjourn the 5 o'clock alcohol licensing
Oh,
meeting.
you didn't need a motion. That's all right. All right. So now, we will take this opportunity to open up, make sure you all switch over to your 7 o'clock meeting in Civic Plus. All right, you want to go ahead and start?
Thank you for joining us live for the City of South Fulton City Council meeting. We are proud to introduce the leadership entrusted with guiding our city forward. Mayor Carmelita Gomes, District 1 Councilwoman Dr. Catherine Rao, District 2 Councilman Aaron V. Johnson, District 3 Councilwoman Helen Zenobia Willis, District 4 Councilman J.C. Sebastian, Mayor Pro Tem Keosha B. Bell, District 6 Councilwoman Natasha Williams Brown, District 7 Councilwoman Linda Becker Pritchett. Supporting the work of this body in the operations of our city are City Clerk Corey Adams, City Manager Sharon D. Subadan, and Interim City Attorney Sarah Kelly. Thank you for being the best part of the City of South Fulton, a city on the rise.
All right. Before we open up the meeting or call the meeting to order, I would like to take a moment of silence for the shooting that happened, I believe, at Palmetto Elementary today. There was life that was lost. So if you all, can we please take a moment of silence in recognition of that? All right. It's been a tough day in the city of Palmetto, so I am sending love and prayers over to the mayor and council over in that particular area, as well as the school board members. I am officially calling the meeting for City Council regular meeting at 7 p.m. on Tuesday, February the 10th, 2026 to order. Mr. Clerk, can you please sound the roll?
Yes, ma'am. This is a roll call for tonight's regular meeting. The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Aaron V. Johnson, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Present.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4. Here. The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6.
Present.
The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Presente.
And the Honorable Mayor Carmelita Gomes.
Present.
Madam Mayor, you have a quorum.
Mr. Clerk, can you please sound the next item?
Next item is Roman numeral 3, invocation by our city chaplain, Ms. Joyce Armster.
Mayor, council, let us look to the Lord. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for your tender mercies. Thank you for your loving kindness. If it were not for you, Lord, where would we be? Father, forgive us for our sins, anything we said, done, or even thought this day that was not pleasing to you. Forgive us, Almighty God. Lord, you said, if my people that are called by my name will humble themselves and pray, that you will heal the land. Lord, we're standing on your word, and we're standing on your promise, and believing and knowing that all things are possible with you. We will continue to give you glory, we'll give you honor, and we'll give you praise. In Jesus' name, amen. Let us pledge to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Again, I just want to make sure that council has changed over into Civic Plus for the 7 o'clock meeting. All right, Mr. Clerk, can you please sound the next item?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we do not have any proclamation presentations this evening. So that takes us to Roman numeral 6, which is adoption of the council agenda. I did submit to you previously a couple of additions for tonight's meeting.
Has the council had an opportunity to see those, and can you read them into the record, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, so the first is a resolution requesting council approval to accept the dissolution of the South Fulton Convention and Visitors Bureau. And the second was at the request of the city attorney. It's a second read and request council approval of a zoning ordinance Z25-036, CDP 25-015, application by BTR Group, care of Hakeem Hilliard, request rezoning from AG1 to AL to develop 162 units on 6.3 acres at 5090, 5050, and 0 Southwood Road, and a future land use amendment from agricultural neighborhood to suburban neighborhood 2, and it's located in Council District 3. Staff recommendation was denial. Planning Commission recommendation was approval. CDP was no recommendation. There was a vote taken at the last meeting, but the city attorney said we needed to perfect the record with another vote. And then lastly, pursuant to discussion, city manager wishes to remove under agenda items administration 1, the 5-year comp plan update to allow the updates that were provided today. So that'll come back at the next council meeting on the 24th. Those are all of the amendments that I have.
Also, just really quick, under first read ordinances, for the first one, did that applicant withdraw? So, well, that would need to be removed as well. Under C, number 1. All right, so we are removing that one as well. Oh, it's a light day. All right, council, do we have any objections to the agenda as amended?
So the PKK talent show, that is on the 22nd, February 22nd. I know that's a motion, but I'm not sure if we ever added and adopted that. So I want to make sure that we do what we're supposed to do.
So you're adding that as an event, a city-sponsored event?
And February 22nd, isn't it the 22nd?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it the 22nd? And then the shredding and produce event on the 28th. Was that already? Is that but that's city. I don't have to do that. Do I have to? Okay, so that added from 9 to 12. And then I don't have to do the town hall, right? Okay, so that's it. Thank you. I yield.
Councilwoman Rao.
Do we have to do a first read for the zoning case we heard at the 5 o'clock? Attorney? The one we heard at the zoning, the 5 o'clock meeting. We do. Can you read that in the record for the first read? So I want to add that.
Okay. I have it.
So we're adding that. Do we have any additional amendments? Yes, Councilman.
This question is for ACM Cooper, if you will. I know we were talking about tweaking a couple of dates earlier today. Are they okay? I know we were talking over email about tweaking a couple of dates. Were they okay, or we can?
I think some of them were okay. I'm still
Oh, it was just two.
yeah, so I'm still going through several, but I think we should be fine.
Okay, thank you.
You should be able to make modifications on that at any time. All right, so if there's no objection to the agenda as amended, the agenda is adopted as noted. Mr. Clerk, can you please sound the next item?
Next item is Roman numeral 7, approval of city council meeting minutes, regular meeting minutes, January 27, 2026, work section minutes, January 27, 2026, and alcohol zoning public hearing minutes, January 27, 2026.
Council, if there's no objections to the minutes that have been sounded, are there any corrections that needed? No? All right, we don't need to second it. Then the minutes are adopted as sounded. Mr. Clerk, can you please sound the next item?
Brings us to Roman numeral 8, consent agenda items. We have item A and item B.
All right, any objection to the consent agenda? If there's no all right, I recognize you, Councilwoman.
Thank you. So in item number A, we are approving events from March 2026 to December 2026. Can Dr. Cooper read what that is? I mean.
So that information was provided to you all as council, and that's the reason why it was placed on the consent agenda. If there is modifications that need to happen, we can talk about that at the next council meeting, but that was the reason why it was placed on the consent agenda. There has been no changes since we discussed it. All right, if there are no further objections to the consent agenda, all right, if there's no further objections, we can adopt the consent agenda with unanimous consent. All right, Mr. Clerk, can you please sound the next item?
Madam Mayor, that brings us to the public comment portion for this evening. Speakers will be granted a total of 2 minutes each, and public comments will not exceed 30 minutes. Speakers will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. Speakers must identify themselves and their addresses prior to speaking. Speakers may only address the presiding officer, shall observe all rules of decorum. No debate, disrespect, or obscenity shall be tolerated. The presiding officer shall rule any such individual out of order that fails to comply with the foregoing. Madam Mayor, we did receive, as I previously reported to you, approximately 37 comment cards in advance. We have a total of 17 speakers that wish to provide public comment this evening. 17 will take us over the 30 minutes if we give each person 2. So I lay that at the breast of the body for consideration.
Go ahead. Second. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? Can I see a show of hands for suspending the rules?
Motion was approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, public comments, let's go.
Okay, as I call your name, please approach the center microphone and state your name, address, and your district. You will be given 2 minutes to provide your comments. Deanna Respis, Adina Lofton, Sharon Lamar, Maurice Hill, Sharon Muhammad. First 5 speakers.
It's okay for me to go first with her? For her, okay. Good afternoon. As concerned citizens, homeowners, and taxpayers, based on disturbing information that we have gathered It needs to be a thorough investigation by an external source between some council members and developers. Therefore, we ask for you all to hold on amending this ordinance until a detailed inquiry has been conducted. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Deanna. I am a resident of South Fulton. I live on Butner Road in District 3. I kind of wanted to quickly address some recent conversation that I've had and even the recent report today that our council's current ordinance or our city's current ordinance is preventing us from getting developments like Costco or Kroger. I think those are very much specialized cases that we need to consider when we are going, and I know that the current draft asks for us to remove special use permits. To me, that is when we go and address special use permits. As we've gone around, and I've been to a couple of the a couple of the town halls, is specific to the comp plan. And during this time, it has been indicated by by our city's consultant, that we have a lifespan of 5 years less than those on the north side. Developments like Costco, developments like Kroger, I don't think anybody in here who's holding a sign right up here today, or any of the residents who are adamantly opposed to any changes or repeal to this, believe that they would stop this. This is about smart growth, and this is about using policy for effective development. If we are closing the gaps, if we are closing gaps like on lifespans in our community, I think we all applaud you each and every day and each and every time you get an opportunity to do that. But simply changing the rules to create new corner stores is not what we're here for. Those business models are not what they do not improve the health and welfare of this community. And if you read through the ordinance, you specifically say that we are going after this in order to increase and improve the welfare of our community. Those business models that go after, that primarily target nicotine, alcohol, processed food, candy sales, that doesn't do anything to improve our community health. Thank you for your time and have a great afternoon.
Shamar Lamar, Maurice Hill, Siobhan Muhammad, Nydia Murray. Is that a Dyer Muhammad?
Hey, good afternoon. I am Maurice Hill, resident of District 5, representative for South Fulton. We are asking for you all to hear and respect the residents of South Fulton by not having a gas station in the area. We are pleading out to you all to not have it in the area. Excuse me. It will only bring harmful pollution to our city, including drug trafficking, sex trafficking, and kidnapping. We want to keep our community a safe and decent place to live. A decent place to live for all generations, especially our elders and our youth, as they are the future. More gas stations will not help our demographics flourish. There are other great ideas that the South Fulton residents and elected officials could come with, such as YMCAs, farmer markets, parks, gardens, etc. And we pretty much have a great, gas station right there that we have for years that we trust. Thank you.
Sharon Lamar, Siobhan Muhammad, Nydia Murray, Adair Muhammad, Vanaya Lofton, Selena Muhammad, Deborah Davis, Jill Johnson, Ivory Dennis. If you're present and wish to speak.
Good evening. My name is Nadia Murray, and I reside at 4785 Cascade Hill Circle, the Summit at Cascade Hill Subdivision, District 1. I stand before you this evening opposing the repeal of Ordinance 2021-033. While I understand the need to address some of your concerns with our existing old and outdated gas stations, However, reducing the mile radius from 3 to 1.5 miles under the guise of healthy competition amongst our old and new gas stations is clearly not the answer. The healthy competition will cause our older gas stations to close, therefore leading to environmental issues from in-ground tanks remaining long after those gas stations have closed. These environmental issues can and will cause cancer to most of your constituents or some of them. I stand before you as a product and resident of South Fulton since 1977, and I stand before you as a 2-time cancer survivor. So I do not want anyone else to face a life-altering diagnosis like I did as a result of the decisions made by our elected officials. The city's vision is to be an innovative, diverse community that is safe, environmentally conscious, healthy, transparent, and financially sustainable for all citizens and visitors. So I ask, is repealing this ordinance truly fulfilling our statements, our vision for our city? If not, I urge and ask you to vote no on repealing this ordinance, as this is not what we ask as your constituents, and we have definitely not raised our hands for more gas stations. Thank you and have a great evening.
I'm a shorty. Good afternoon. I'm Jewel Johnson, and I reside at 4660 Orkney Lane, and I'm here tonight just to say I've been hearing a lot about transparency and moving forward. In order for us to move forward, what I'm asking you to do tonight is listen to your constituents and vote no. Thank you.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. My name is Deborah Davis, and I'm the president of the Sandtown Community Association. And I'm here asking you not to change the ordinance regarding the gas stations. We have been working for over 25 years with Blueprint Sandtown, and we have identified live, work, play nodes in our districts, District 1 and District 2. And we have planned this based on the safety and the improvements of education in our district. And if you increase the number of gas stations, that is going to definitely have an impact on our children. Now, I live at the corner in the neighborhood behind the gas station at the corner of Boat Rock and Camelton Road. And I think all of you are aware of all the problems that we've had with that gas station. We've had to close a barber shop because they were dealing drugs. We now have the pipe store. And I watch these children all the time going in and out of this gas station. Now, when you travel down Fulton Industrial from 20 down to Boat Rock, you have 7. When you travel from 285 down to County Line Road, you have 7. And so we are saturated with gas stations now. They have to be monitored. We are the ones that call about the activities behind the gas station on Boat Rock and Fulton Industrial, and that Exxon gas station. We saw the activity behind there that is having an impact on our community. So if you increase the number, you definitely are going to increase the problems, and we have to protect our children. Thank you.
You have Ms. Ivory Denson, Penny Webster Lewis, Mike Johnson, Vincent Amos, Lerone Contz, and Alvin Reynolds.
Good evening, Council. I am Ivory M. Denson. I reside at 5730 Vanderbilt Road, and I live in District 2, Aaron Johnson's district. The current ordinance that requires a minimum of 3 miles between gas stations, excluding those that face Fulton Industrial Boulevard, to me is adequate. I see no justification for you all changing it. it amazes me that so many decisions that are coming out of this council are not giving proper consideration to the welfare and well-being of the citizenry. I will say that and this is one of the reasons why I did not want this city stood up, because I figured we would have these kinds of problems, but yet I was optimistic and hopeful, and I have been involved, especially up until the pandemic. After that, I think we all kind of cut back some. But eliminating the current rule may lead to oversaturation and potential environmental hazards, such as contamination of the well water, as well as affecting our septic systems. And many of us still have well water and septic tanks, as I have. Most of the owners and operators of these gas stations don't look like you, don't look like me, and don't reside in our neighborhood. And I cannot believe that they are generating so much tax revenue to the city. So I pray and hope that you all will give proper respect and consideration to the residents. And if this doesn't happen, I hope that other residents will feel like I feel, which is we need to get together, fellow residents, and start thinking about replacing this council and with people who are more responsible and more considerate of the welfare and well-being of this community. I'm almost 83 years old. I ain't ready to die yet or get sick. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Denson. If you all can keep your commentary just down to a minimum. Thank you.
It's Penny Webster Lewis, Mike Johnson, Vincent Amos, Lerone Kantz, and Alvin Reynolds.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Penny Webster Lewis, resident of District 2, 6312 Jasper Way, City of South Fulton. I echo the same comments of the folks who preceded me. None of us are against things like Whole Foods or Costco or Kroger with the gas pumps in the right place. But the current ordinance doesn't prohibit you from doing that. They could request a special use permit just like they could under this ordinance. And this new ordinance that you propose basically says anything that contradicts is repealing. So you're repealing ordinance 2021-033 and replacing it with one that's now going to say ordinance 2026 XXX. It strips the protections from the public. It strips the protections from the public. And we want to be assured that we are all going to stay healthy. I want a Whole Foods, I want a Costco, I want a one-stop place to get my gas, but it needs to be in the right place. This ordinance will allow us to put them in somebody's neighborhood, right next door to somebody's house, and that's not acceptable. This needs to be reworked. There are things that are in here that reference other places, such as adequate signage in conformance with Section 701. 701 of what? How can we cross-check what that is? It's not clear. Then you come down and say, existing gas stations shall come into compliance with this section within 5 years. 5 years is a long time. This needs to be reworked. That's what I said at the other meeting. This isn't ready for prime time. This is not ready to replace the current ordinance, and we would ask you respectfully to consider our position and do not, in effect, repeal ordinance 2021-033. Thank you very much.
Mike Johnson, Camilton Fathom Road, District 4. I pretty much kind of echo what everybody else is saying here. You know, we got the special use permit that could probably get most of this stuff done. From what I'm hearing and from a lot of the people I talk to, they're trying real hard to respect this new mayor and this new council that we have up here. Myself, I'm trying to do the exact same thing here. I think a little different than some folks. I think we do need a gas station here and there, but it needs to be done strategically, as if Penny just stated. You know, one example, I think one could be used on my street, Camilton Fathom Road, near that Publix, where the new grade is being built. At some point, it's going to be another service station over there. I see that. It's going to take one. But to repeal and just strip this thing where people can just put them anywhere they see fit to put them, we really do need to think about that. We vote you guys in, so you guys will vote our voice. That should be respected all the time. I mean, we're dealing with a lot of issues here. I know it's very, very, very uncomfortable for a lot of you guys up here. We see all of this stuff, and I'm very voiceless. I comment on it. I have no problem with stating or speaking facts as I see it. But something like this is low-hanging fruit. You guys can get a hold of this here and at least get some consensus and group buy-in from us. So the tougher issues that you can't bend on, we can accept it a little bit better. If we're going to be a city on the rise, we got to start respecting what we want here. It's just that simple. I'm about to get into some details about all this other foolishness with our money being spent on retirements and reviews and all that, but I'm going to spare y'all that tonight. I really am. Just think about it. If y'all want us to, keep respecting you guys and giving you guys the vote, which a lot of us are going to do, respect what we're asking. Do a special use permit. You don't have to repeal and totally remove this where people can place these anywhere they need to place them. Thank y'all.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council, and all you fellow citizens that are gathered here on this evening. My name is Vincent Amos. I am in District 2, 700 Highland Oaks Drive, and I'm the HOA president of the Canaan Walk subdivision. My fellow citizens have spoken very well, and not to reiterate anything of which they have already stated, my approach in these couple of minutes is to talk about and to appeal to you from the point of green energy. Green energy, ladies and gentlemen, is the future. It is safe, it is natural, it protects the environment, there is low environmental impact. When we look at fossil fuels, we're dealing with dead dinosaurs, and dead dinosaurs ought to stay dead. We need to look to the future. We need to look forward. Now, we have a really, really good community. And we have great leadership of which I'm looking at right now. Wonderful mayor, wonderful city council. We have the ability, if all of us work together and stay consolidated, we have the ability to turn our community into the Buckhead that will be south of Interstate 20. But more gas stations is going to take us backwards. So again, we need to look forward to the future, plan for the future, and achieve greatness. And hopefully, in my brief comments, that I have achieved some level of understanding within your allocation of judgment. So everyone, thank you so very kindly.
Lerone Contz, Alvin Reynolds. Are you going to pass? Alvin Reynolds.
Good evening once again, Alvin Reynolds, 585 Kings Place, Riverdale, Georgia, 30296. I reside in District 7, and we're here to speak about the repeal of the ordinance 2021-033. Correct me if I'm wrong. Ordinances should protect communities as well as businesses. Things should make sense. But when you add or take away an ordinance that alleviates the protection for communities, and you can put gas stations wherever you want or how many ever you want, you set a precedence of an area. You start to look at gas stations on every corner. You start to look at other businesses oversaturated on every corner. And then people start to identify that area as such. This is what we're running into and we have to be careful of. Now, everyone spoke eloquent about why this ordinance shouldn't be repealed or even be held and go back and take some consideration as to not move forward with putting forth this ordinance. I live in an area where you just voted to put a gas station, would make it number 5. Now, you talk about how you listen to your constituents who live in areas. And I don't know if it's just certain people that you listen to over others, I don't know. But people are saying that they don't want this. And people are saying that they don't want this ordinance repealed because it protects the communities. I don't know why we want to do away with this. We understand development. We are for development. But development has to work both ways, for the community and for the business. And I'm sure you know that this is not the last time that you're going to hear us stand up here and talk about this. But we do ask, hear what we're saying. Even though you may not care about the ones that's bringing the message, you need to listen and hear what the constituents are saying. And one thing I'll say before I sit down, look at who's standing up here. This is not just one district. This is the districts across the city. We're all in this together.
Thank you.
And that's what we want you guys to see.
I appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you. Please hold down your applause. Thank you. Mr. Clerk.
Madam Mayor, that completes all of the comment cards that I received this evening.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Clerk, can you please sound the next item?
Brings us to council comments.
All right, we will now entertain council comments, starting with District 1.
Thank you to the residents who spoke on this issue. While I'm not a person that's sponsored, I do hope we can find a balance. It's not lost on me that 5 people are sponsors on this particular legislation, but I do think we can get to a point that we strike a balance. I definitely think we should keep the special use permit process, because as it stands as written, if it's within 1.5 miles, the answer and the staff recommendation is going to be approval, conditional. And we won't be able to control the oversaturation. I also know that we have to accommodate growth in the city, so I hope that we look at gas stations in concert with grocery stores, as well as membership clubs that you could look at for exemption. So it can be done in a way that does not gut this ordinance. So I'll just say that in general, and then I'll go into my announcement. So hopefully we'll land somewhere in between. Couple things. I want to encourage those who have, that I have a town hall meeting coming up February 18th at Sandtown Rec Center. And that we'll be discussing the Sandtown overlay, making sure that we do look at it and to see if any updates need to be made. It's been a while, so we're looking forward to community to come out and give me your feedback on what we need to consider for today's standards. In addition, we have some speakers. We have Grady coming out, and we're also making the community aware of some resources that are available to our young people. So I look forward to seeing you there 6:30 to 8 p.m. For those who don't know, SWACS has opened up its registration for classes for the winter class session. I encourage you to take advantage. For those who don't know, if you're 55 and older, those classes are free to you. And that's basically it for my announcements for today. Again, thank you for coming out and being engaged.
All right, thank you. Moving on to District 2.
Good evening, everyone. I too want to say thank you to the residents that come out. It's always good to hear both sides of the whatever the argument is or whatever the issues that we have. We want to continue to have this conversation so we both understand where everyone is coming from different angles, not just on this issue, but every issue that we have coming forward. So I look forward to continuing. We just had a great conversation at the Cliftondale Community meeting last night about this very issue. So I look forward over the next couple of weeks talking to our residents, all residents, excuse me, about this issue. I also want to say thank you to everyone who came out for our comprehensive plan meeting last Thursday at Wednesday at Renaissance Church. We had a phenomenal crowd, and it was a very active and engaged crowd, so I really want to appreciate everyone who came out for that. I'm looking forward to, we're working on the town hall. We're still trying to get that together. The goal right now is for the latter part of March. I know it wasn't on the list, Dr. Cooper, but I promise you I'm going to get it all together and get it right. And I'm also excited about, well, I won't take what's going to happen on Friday. I'll let you talk about that, but I'm excited for Friday as well. So thank you. That's all I have.
District 3.
Thank you for coming out and engaging residents. I will say this. I am one that have been fighting the gas station battle before I even got elected. If you recall, South Fulton was riddled with slider crimes. And there was me and several other community members who had to protest the current gas stations, which most have been around for 35 years or more. Several of them are crime-ridden, and we've had several statistically proven several issues with drugs. And we don't really have issues around slider crimes anymore. And that was due to work that me and several community members did before we got elected. The current ordinance that we are replacing the old ordinance with does take into consideration several comments and several concerns. I'm one of 5 residents, one of 5 sponsors who do support the change for multiple reasons. There's a lot of misinformation that I heard tonight, and I hope that we can continue to have dialogue and clear up that misinformation that a lot of it was stated tonight. The current gas station ordinance does not increase gas stations. It does not. And so I would urge residents that have the concerns to reach directly out to council members. I think I called a few residents and left messages for them to call me back and have not gotten those calls back. I would love to have the dialogue and clear up the misinformation that has been put out. We are having a produce and shredding event on February 28th. So I welcome you to come through Welcome Mall between 9 and 12 and bring your documents you would like to have shredded. Residents who are helping us keep our environment clean and bring bags to shred, we do reward them with fresh produce. We are also having, for District 3, a town hall meeting on March 3rd at Welcome Mall Park at 6 a.m. And you will be given the state of District 3, all of the public works projects, economic development projects, park projects, and a few other, hopefully, surprise updates on that evening. So I welcome all to come out, because at Welcome All, we welcome all. And again, I am looking forward to clearing up the misinformation. My phone number is 404-803-4219. My cell number is 404-803-4219. Please call me directly. I would love to have the conversation. Have a good evening, and thank you for coming out and voicing your concerns. As my colleague just stated, it's good to hear both sides.
Before we continue, I am asking you all to please keep the commentary down and show respect, as we're trying to be respectful as well, okay? All right, Councilman Sebastian, District 4.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to thank the residents that came out and voiced their opinions and their concerns. And I constantly remind people that the 8 elected officials who are up here, we live here too. We have to deal with the same issues that every one of you have to deal with. And I've asked people when it comes to this issue, do you really think 5 council members are going to put their name on something when we're saying we're trying to improve it without knowing what we're doing? Okay, that's your opinion. But here's mine. And I hope you all can do this, because I'm going to give you all a little homework to do. No. You all haven't done the homework, because I haven't heard one of you mention zoning in your comments tonight. Gas stations in our city can only go in 3 zoning categories: C2, M1, and M2. So if you do a little homework and look across your city and your neighborhood and see where those zoning categories are, those are the only zoning categories that gas station can currently go in, unless this council makes a different decision, which we don't want to do, because that's why we're doing the comprehensive plan update. Okay? So go and look for those zoning categories. So if you're in residential, agricultural, and all that, no gas station is going to pop up on your corner. But that's not how this works. The one resident from District 4 who spoke tonight, do you know what he said? And Mike and I agree on this. District 4 actually needs more gas stations. I have said to residents of District 4, y'all are the only community that will come to your council member and say, we need more gas station options. Okay? So it is no one up here is doing this lightly. And we're actually trying to strengthen this thing and give you all additional protection, even though right now it doesn't look as if we're quite on the same page yet. So I'm looking forward. I've had several conversations already. I've had exchanged several emails. And yes, I was at Cliftondale meeting last night too, where Councilman Johnson spoke, and I was given some support, and we were discussing this with residents. And I believe people who were there left with a little better understanding of why we're doing what we're doing. So I would suggest, go and look at the zoning, because that's what's going to drive the gas station. And finally, a gas station development takes between $10 to $12 million to put it down. And why I know this? Because there have been some approaches already to me as a councilman in District 4, and last meeting I think we turned down one because it was not in the right place, even though we are saying we want more. So again, we're working through this issue, but we're doing it to the best of our ability, and we're doing it with people who are experts advising us to along the way. Okay? So, having said that, hopefully we welcome all to District 4 events, so don't be afraid if you want to come over to some of my events if you have time. Like this Saturday, we'll be celebrating. All of the city should come out at 9 a.m. At City Grove Park. We're going to start the championship parade for the 4A state champions, Creekside High School. Going to have a little parade and a ceremony at the school. And this is their second championship in as many years. We celebrated the ladies last year for their state championship in basketball. Also this Sunday, we're going to have our senior Valentine's brunch. That's going to be at Elegant Occasions off Highway 92 and Butner Road. And that starts at 2 p.m. And I'm told today we have squeezed some more tables in, so we're going to be opening it back up because it sold out very, very quickly, right? So we're going to be releasing some more seats tomorrow. I want to thank you all again for the engagement, and God bless you all, and hopefully have a great evening.
All right, thank you, Councilman Sebastian. District 5, where y'all keep it live.
Praise the Lord. Well, we've talked enough about gas stations, but nevertheless, I do appreciate the residents coming out tonight, emailing and calling. So if you contacted me, you know my thoughts on this. So thank you again for coming out. Let's move to some good news. So again, I want to thank everyone for coming out for our inaugural graduation for the Workforce Academy. Definitely want to thank Parks and Recreation and the Roof Museum for completing our first Ragin, Georgia Roofs graduation program with Workforce Academy. I also want to take a moment to say thank you to Mayor Gomes and thank you to our city manager, Subadan, who came and had a real tea of what it means of keeping it live in District 5. So again, thank you. Congratulations to all of the graduates. And so again, our goal is education and doing what we can to enhance workforce right here in our communities. And so that takes me to our next thought. Today is the first day of our electrician program with Workforce Academy. This is a program that has been going on kind of prior to me becoming an elected official, but this is part of my baby. So again, if anyone that you know is interested in any electrician program, roofing programs, please contact our office. Because it's super important that we make sure that our community is receiving this free training. Free training. We're also looking to expand, so we will be adding some culinary arts, HVAC, and so forth. I'm not going to tell you it all, but again, stay engaged with Parks and Recreation, and feel free to contact our office, Philip Watley, as well. I also want to thank those residents from all districts that came out last Thursday to the Comprehensive Development Plan Community Engagement Meeting. Thank you for the emails, the follow-ups, as well as all of your recommendations. I hear you, I've read them, and we will definitely see what we can do to make some changes to that moving forward. As we gear up in 2026, that means new additions and new programs. So we have the new initiative at Blvd Park called Generations Read Together. And so this program is specifically designed for not only our after-school program, but for our seasoned elites. So we need you seniors, those seniors that may be retired educators, want to find something to do outside of staying at home, please contact our office because we are looking for seniors to come out and engage with our babies. I call them my Blvd babies, but you get an opportunity to read, and then the babies will get an opportunity to read to you as well. So if you are a senior, doesn't matter which district, if you are a senior in the city of South Fulton, please contact our offices if you are interested in participating in this program. This is a new initiative. Again, we're focusing on education and building and giving opportunities to our youth and young adults if they are truly our future. We're getting ready for our Recycle and Shred event. It is scheduled for February the 21st at Blvd Park Tennis Center from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. noon. On February the 21st. And again, as always, if you're not receiving our newsletter or email correspondence or any information and you want to get locked in, or as I say, tap in, as the younger people tell us, please tap in to our office and send us an email with your information and your email address so that you can stay engaged, you can stay connected, you know what's going on. When we talk about transparency, you have all options to be receiving that information from districts 1 through 7, but I want to make sure that you are connected specifically so that you can receive the Bell report. So if you are not receiving our monthly and weekly newsletter, please feel free to reach out to our office, and it's Keosha.bell@cityofsouthfultonga.gov. Thank you all so much, and you have a wonderful.
All right, District 6.
Well, greetings and salutations. First and foremost, I would like to thank those residents who reached out with their expressions of condolences as I traveled over the weekend to D.C. to lay to rest my last living aunt. She made it to age 95, and it truly was a celebration of a life well lived. As always, thank you to Facts to Thrive for the Lunch and Learn on Friday. As always, greatly appreciate the services that they provide to the community for our seniors, ensuring that they remain healthy and active, members of District 6 and the city at large. And of course, must thank our Parks and Rec staff for always being there to support the activities that happen in District 6. On February 17th, I will be having my town hall meeting at the Economic Development Office, and I hear, I think I see do I see a nod or a no? Community Connect, that's right. It is no longer a town hall, it is a community connection on the 17th at the Economic Development Office. Please do feel free to come out and join in the connection. And on February 28th at Creel Park at 10 a.m. will be the monthly food distribution in partnership with the Atlanta Community Food Bank, as well as the Army of Volunteers who do not think it robbery to come out and help assist with the work of helping those residents who are experiencing food insecurity across the city. I'm going to look in the back again and make sure that I got it all. I got it all. These have been your what? Church announcements for the evening. Please govern yourselves what? Accordingly.
Thank you. District 7.
Thank you. Last but not least, I want to thank everyone who came out to the ribbon cutting of the Broadneck Bridge, which was a collaborative effort. It was a federal grant to to reconstruct a bridge that was built in 1961. And this project has allowed now for pedestrian sidewalks as well as 2 lanes on this bridge improvement project that was over $2.8 million. So really excited for the Oakley Industrial Community and Oakley Township, where the bridge is situated. And that is your taxpayer dollars at work in projects that we prioritize to make sure that we have pedestrian safety. And we also have grants that we talked about at our last council meeting where we're focusing on pedestrian safety. We're working on aggressive enforcement. You see a lot of police vehicles on Old National. And I said this at our town hall meeting that we had last night where the police was there. Marta came and did a presentation. Our mayor showed up and Councilwoman Willis. And we just want everyone to know that we don't have quotas. We just want to make sure that you arrive to your destination safely. There are accidents all the time, and we are trying to set a tone for our city, that our city is a safe place to drive. In fact, even Fayette County talks about how when Old National turned into, I think it's called Evander Holyfield Road, but when it turns into that part, there's only 2 lanes, but when it comes into South Fulton, there's 5 lanes. So there are a lot of things that we're doing in our city, making sure we have the infrastructure for the growth that we constantly talk about. And so that's something that's important for people to know. And last night with our town hall meeting, it was good to hear from Marta, who talked about the expanded bus routes. They did a presentation for us the last time we were here. But at the town hall meetings, it was an opportunity for residents to ask questions, to have conversations. So those are the type of activities that we engage in so that we can hear from you, engage with you, and have honest conversations with you. I also want to thank everyone who came out and had a great time at our Juicing for Wellness event on Saturday. The mayor came and Councilwoman Willis is now a juicer. Is she talking now? But our Juicing for Wellness event was just something to teach people a healthier way to live, a creative, fun way to get your nutrients and vitamins in. We gave away juicers to everyone that was in attendance. It was about 45 people that came, State Representative Sandra Scott, she also came. We had a bunch of veterans in the room, and I think that people actually learned something. It was a lot of team building, and it was a lot of fun. So those are the types of activities that I look forward to continuing to engage in and to put on in our community, in our districts, because these are the type of things that you all are asking for activities, things to do, things that are beneficial to you. And so I was really excited about all that. And on Thursday, the mayor and I will be hosting a business roundtable, talk about doing business in the city. The registration is closed because we have over 50 people attending, but these are the type of community engagements and business engagements that I think that you all are looking for, and I'm looking forward to it on Thursday, and that's about it for District 7. Thank you.
All right, and Councilman Sebastian, I want to take a moment of personal privilege before I get into my comments.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for giving me this moment of personal privilege. I actually forgot to thank our city manager and to thank the folks who attended our town hall last Thursday. And Madam City Manager did a great job presenting some renderings for the community center at Cedar Grove, that's going to be at Cedar Grove Park. It will be a city facility, not a District 4 facility. It will be a city facility located in District 4 for all to use. And so we're pretty excited as a community. Those who were in the room had a lot of good things to say, and the feedback was great. We also had Dr. Reginald Parker, who gave us some pointers along the line of green energy and some resources that are available to help us, some rebates that are available. If you're not on my newsletter, sign up. I'll be releasing some of this information in more detail in the next publication so that you can know where to go and get some free money to help you with your homes. All right? Again, thank you, ma'am.
All right, you said 1 second, and that was, but it's okay. It's all right. I love it. The great thing about being last is that my council mates have pretty much covered mostly everything. But first, I would like to say Happy Black History Month. Yeah, I don't think anybody mentioned that, but Happy Black History Month and happy, what is it, the Day of Love. That's why we all have on red tonight, except for one. And he didn't get the memo, as well as for heart health, as you all know, that we are trying to position our city to be a healthier city. So let me tell you about some of the other stuff. I've been all over the city this past couple of weeks, and what I can tell you is that the engagement is high. Your town halls, your meetings, they're all are packed, and I am so happy to see so many residents that are engaged in what is happening in the city of South Fulton. And I will continue to ask you all to stay engaged in the city, and I will get to see you all out and about throughout these meetings. But I am proud to share that through bipartisan leadership, U.S. Senator John Ossoff delivered a $405,000 in federal funding to strengthen the public safety in South Fulton. So you all should give yourselves a round of applause. We talked about that. That's money. That's money. Yeah, I don't sound excited. But these are resources that will help, again, as Councilwoman Pritchard mentioned, safer roads throughout the city, enhancements for traffic enforcement and improving pedestrian and motorist safety. We want to make sure we're protecting our neighborhoods. Also, I want to mention that tomorrow the city of South Fulton will be highly represented at the South Metro Development Outlook Conference. So we want to continue that our city becomes a major player and a leader in conversations around smart, sustainable growth. Our city manager will also be featured on the big stage as we talk about FIFA, some of the activities, so with a lot of other stakeholders that are here. So excited about that. Last month, Greystone presented the city, again, it's money, with a $1 million franchise fee check. I don't know if many of you were aware of that, but the city is getting money in. And I do want to share that I did stop by in District 1 at the Sandtown Recreation Center for their senior workout class, it seemed like it has tripled. And we need to get more classes across the city. And I do think that they are actually doing a night class for some of the seniors that may be coming to District 5, Burdett Park. So I'm excited to continue to see the engagement. I love the fact that we're doing more around that. We need to continue to make sure we do things around some of our youth as well, which I had the opportunity to attend District 5's the electrical class, as well as the raising the roof class, where we got to see some graduates. And then the next day I ran into one of the graduates as well. So it is exciting to see what South Fulton is doing and changing lives. And lastly, Friday, February 13th. Whew, I know. It is our annual Valentine's Day celebration day party. That is going to, it's been sold out, I think maybe one day after it went on sale. So we're gonna have to pray and start doing some more and get some bigger spaces across the city. But I am looking forward to celebrating with our seniors and having a good time on Valentine's Day and encouraging you all to go and love on somebody over the weekend. All right, that is all the announcements that I have. Again, we're doing a lot in the city. And that's it. And lastly, as I do close out, I do want to ask, there has been several school shootings today just alone, not just Palmetto Elementary, but there was also a shooting in Morrow at one of the schools. So I want you all to be very cognizant about what is happening in, just our surrounding communities. And prayerfully that, nothing like that happens in South Fulton, but just always be aware and keep our neighboring cities in your prayers. All right. And with that being said, that closed my comments. Mr. Clerk, can you please sound the next item?
Yes, ma'am. That brings us to Roman numeral 11, agenda items. Letter A1 was removed from the agenda, so that brings us to B1 under procurement and contracts. The procurement department is requesting council approval and award of RFP number 25-22 for fire uniforms and accessories to T&T Uniforms Incorporated to support operational readiness, safety compliance, and professional standards across the department. An evaluation team reviewed vendor qualifications and responsiveness and determined that the recommended vendor is the most qualified, responsive, and responsible to the fire department uniform requirements throughout the year. Contract supports standardized uniforming, timely replacement, and consistent professional appearance. The initial term of the contract is 1 year with 3 successive one-year terms, exercised at the city's sole option base on performance, funding, and continued need. T&T Uniforms Incorporated was determined to be the most responsive and responsible proposer based on overall value. Total contract amount should not exceed $225,000 per year.
All right, council, if there is no objection to items B1 and 2, we can adopt that with a gross unanimous consent. Are there any objections? All right, it doesn't appear to be. Mr. Clerk, can you please sound the next item?
Next item is first read ordinances. We do have 3 that we need to read into the record. First is first read of a zoning ordinance Z25-035, CDP 25-014, an application by Southern Impressions Developments, care of Hakeem Hilliard, requesting rezoning from M2 to C2 to allow the proposed specialty food store use on 1.19 acres at 0 Pincher Street. A future land use amendment to amend the character area for industrial zone to community live work is also requested. It's located in Council District 7. The second first reading is an ordinance to create Chapter 7, Gas Station and Convenience Store Ordinance, or Title 12, Licenses, Permits, and Business Regulations of the Code of Ordinances of the City of South Fulton, Georgia, to modify provisions affecting the location and operation of gas stations and convenience stores. Sponsors for this legislation are Council Members Willis, Johnson, Sebastian, Pritchett, and Williams-Brown. Also first read is zoning case Z25-034 and CDP 25-013, RS Group Incorporated, requesting from R3 in the Sandtown Overlay District to AG1 to R4 to consolidate the 2 parcels into one development. A future land use amendment from Suburban 1 neighborhood to Suburban 2 neighborhood is also requested at 4960 and 4980 Campbellton Road Southwest, located in Council District 1. Those were all first read items.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Please sound the next item.
So that brings us to our walk-on or add-on items. We did have 4 items that were added to the agenda, and they are, number 1 is a District 3 event, PKK chapter of Omega Psi Phi's Fraternity Talent Show on February 22nd, 2026. Also on February 28th, City Shredding event, and that's also sponsored by District 3. And also, we have our, let me read the CVB. We have the request of council approval of a resolution to accept the dissolution of the South Fulton Convention and Visitors Bureau. And then also the second read and request council approval of a zoning ordinance Z 25-036, CDP 25-015. An application by BTR Group, care of Hakeem Hilliard, requesting the rezoning from AG1 in the Cliftondale overlay to AL to develop 162 units on 6.3 acres at 5090, 5050, and 0 Southwood Road. A future land use amendment from agriculture neighborhood is to suburban neighborhood 2 is also requested, located in Council District 3. Staff recommendation was denial. Planning Commission was approval of the zoning case and no recommendation for the CDP amendment. Those were the items for the add-on agenda.
Were there any objections to any of the agenda items that were added on? If there is no objection, we will adopt that with a gross unanimous consent. All right? It doesn't appear that way. All right. Sound the next item, Mr. Clerk.
Next item is executive session if necessary.
Second.
All right. Well, it looks like you all are ready to go home. So it has been moved and properly second. Can I see a show of hands? All right. So we are adjourned at 8:27 p.m. Happy Black History Month.
You can't come, you can't come up here. We'll come over there.